Hello! Welcome back to Satisfactory. Yeah, there's our freighter return from the stuff that we were researching at the end of the previous episode. So my original plan was to spend some time between the two recordings, let the smart plates finish, and get a good start on the versatile frames, and then start upgrading things. And I started looking at the new recipes, and well, I need to be producing pipes and encased industrial beams in order to do more interesting things. Specifically, the number one thing I need to do is get these miners going, and the miners need EIBs and pipes. And I didn't really think it was cool to gather the materials and sit and handcraft the first few of them. Instead, what I've decided to do is pick up right where I left off, and we are going to go build a new little work area. Instead of trying to upgrade something, we're going to build a new little work area. I'll show you where it is. Coal. Come on, ping, ping, ping. Okay, this guy down here, this is a pure coal node. A pure coal node we can turn into some decent amounts of steel. Sorry. We are going to need, what's that? Okay, we're going to need some iron with the coal. And of course, we've got the iron where we are and up here and all that. But we want iron now down near the coal. And it's not showing me this, but there is iron down here. And we're going to go down and see it. We've got 2 impure nodes and 2 normal nodes. We're just going to use the normal nodes because the 2 normal nodes plus the coal go together. We don't have any alternate recipes that allow us to fiddle with the ratio between coal and iron. To make the encased industrial beams, let's bring those up in the crafting menu. Those require concrete, which means if we're going to automate it, I need to get some concrete out there. And again, there's concrete down here. We've got a normal node and a impure node down in that direction. The reason why I'm staying here close is because I want to set up some stuff in the blueprint before we go. I want to build some blueprints. Let's show you in my editor what it is we're building. This stuff down below, this is my actual plan. This is the form I author the plan in when I'm working. I went and scouted out the area, so I know what's there. We've got an impure node and a normal node for stone. We've got 2 normal nodes for iron. We've got 1 pure node for coal. There's a little bit more down there, but we don't need it. If we tried to use more iron and more stone, well, we don't have the coal to supply it. We don't really have that much more stone. So we could do 1 more impure stone node, which gives a little more concrete, which would play into getting more industrial beams for less pipes. Anyway, this is the form I write it in. This over here just says that in my first initial go through, I had 120 steel ingots and I was using 24. This is a revised plan. I like to rewrite my plans so they're purely from producer to consumer. The original one that I wrote looks like this. Notice that I started from, well, here's what I can produce, and here's what I can produce. When we get down to here, I'm going to build industrial beams with as much concrete that I have, and then I'm going to make beams just enough for the EIBs. So I wrote it in this order, did the planning, and then figured out that I needed 24 out of the 120. So we need 20% of our steel ingots to go to making steel pipes. and the rest going to beams. 20%. What I'm going to do is I could send out 25%. The problem is if I send too much to the beams, we're going to end up building up a whole bunch of concrete as we can't build the encased industrial beams. So I may actually have to build a 5-to-1 splitter, which is really a 1-to-5. It's really a 1-to-6. You take one of the outputs and you merge it back into an input. It can be done, but it is what it is. Let's take a look. Here's our actual checklist. This is the output of my Python for the above. And I kind of broke it up into 3 sub-builds. The first is build the miners. Boom. And then I've got the lower floor, which is going to be 2 constructors building concrete, which is going to take all of my limestone, turn to concrete, and 3 foundries building steel ingots. And let's rough this out on the Blueprint Designer first. So first thing is, I want to do a sandwich floor below. So we're going to be putting the sandwich will be here on the floor, and so there's where our sandwich layer will look like. Yeah. But our actual belts and such will be on the floor. So for instance, we would put in a merger or splitter at this level, and then our bottom sandwich layer clips to the bottom. So just like before. But let's start by working out where we are going to put our come on, let's go to Zoop mode. So beltwork goes underneath this floor, and we can rotate this as we wish. And on this floor, referring to my list, I have 2 constructors building concrete and 3 foundries building steel ingots. Well, hell, let's just put them coming in from the side here. Let's see. Oh, come on. I'm going to base this on how close I can put my holes to the edge. This is something we worked out before. Is that this spacing is nice because it means that the holes and the verticals don't peek out from the wall if we put a wall here. My intent is long term, I'm going to start using glass walls on things. So before, where I sealed up my sandwich layers with walls, we'll put windows on there, and you'll be able to see through the window the foundation and then the stuff inside and then the foundation above. So it'll be like a window with stuff you can look in. We know that these guys are 1 foundation wide. I believe that was the spacing. Let's see if that works. So if that constructor goes there, then that's nice and tight, and that's nice and tight. That's good. Now if I put this guy down as close as he can go, he ends up Well, okay, so if I put it too close, he goes up. But I keep it on the floor, and that's perfectly aligned. So these guys are going to build concrete. And they also need to be downclocked. No, they don't. Concrete, these guys are running full speed. So they're each taking 45 per minute in. My production is a impure and a normal node, so that's 30 plus 60 is 90. So that's exact, and I just need to have a split between these two. Well, if these guys were faced inwards, I had the splitter in between them. Does it actually fit, or am I already thinking about moving things out a little bit? So we put a splitter in. I think that peeks through the wall. But I'm surprisingly good with that. Okay, so if normal walls will opaque it, if we put glass in, well, we'd be able to see it with the glass anyway. So when we put the glass in, it'll probably be okay. I don't have to have glass. I could go get some quartz, but I think quartz is a long way away. Let's see here. Quartz. What would I need to do to go get some quartz? Not a chance. Yeah, we're not going to be pulling any quartz in for this factory. The grasslands quartz has quartz a long way away, so we'll just do that. So these guys are only moving 45 each. This does mean that I have a Mark II belt coming in here. The other ways I could do this would be to have Mark I belts come in. Let's look at that. If I had Mark I belts coming in from the resources, well, we would have to take the two units, merge them, and then split them back and transfer that. That's probably good because, you know, despite all of my automation, I still don't have a tremendously large amount of reinforced iron plate. So we're going to do it that way. So those are our inputs. And if I had signs, I'd put a sign on them saying, limestone comes in here. And power, let's get rid of the walls. That was mainly just to check to make sure everything worked. Power comes down on this edge, right like that. Now, I think when I put the walls back in, I'm going to have to put the verticals back in so that they match up properly. I'm not sure if they end up doing the right thing. We'll see how it shakes out. So we've got these two. We've got their power going down. We've got their inputs. Their outputs come out here. And the total output is going to be 30. So these two can go into a merger. And the output of that merger will go up to a new layer. I'm going to put the merger right dead center where we put the splitter before, sort of. And I'm going to head it back that direction so it will go out either that corner or that corner-ish. Again, listen for the tick as you rotate it into place. That verifies that the lifter actually connects to the merger instead of the lifter stopping and everything building up in there because it can't quite make the leap. I don't trust that the graphic tells me where things are appropriately. And this guy, I'm going to take him out this way. We really want him to line up either on this or that, so he will actually come out and make a nice bend. And I'm going to put in my walls again. I'm not going to worry too much about whether that is making or not. So this comes out to this point, back by 2. So I'm not sure which way this is going to go. We're going to put the door, the conveyor walls in place. I'm only going to use one of these two. Or, I don't know, maybe I put a splitter in there. Haven't decided. We will probably be going back and forth between the floors of this building as we design it, just to refine things and work out whether we do one or the other or both. If I look back at my list, the concrete actually heads up to the upper building where all of it goes into, let me turn this on. So here's our concrete. We produce 30. And it is going up to where it is feeding into a single assembler making encased industrial beams. So we will have to decide whether we're going to this area or that area. The other production from this floor is steel ingots, which are going up to the next floor and getting split 2496. There's our 20%. So the question is, where do I want to do the 1 to 5? It is tempting, I'd say it is tempting to put in an extra sandwich layer just for the the splitter that gets me 20% of the belt. We'll see how that shakes out. If I can't make the splitter fit inside the underground for the upper story, and I can't make it fit in this one, then we'll just have to have an extra sandwich layer somewhere. So on this floor, though, we want foundries, which are consuming iron ore and coal and producing ingots. We need we need 3 of them. Well, with 3 foundries and a 4 wide, that means I want to put one centered. I need to have 2 lines of input coming in here. Oh gosh, I hope we've got enough space. We've done this before. I'm going to put a splitter all the way down in this corner and one right next to it, like that. So these don't quite overlap. I could maybe overlap them a little bit. So that would be if it was here. What can I move it over one more? Can I put it there? Because that would enable me to take this guy, and instead of placing him here, we move him over by 2. So if we do that, then these belts clip through. I mean, it's nice and tight. It really is. But are we okay with my belts clipping through my splitters? Since I am blueprint designing this, I am going to start packing things. So we're going to start doing a lot of those little clipping things, which means that our inputs come in along this lane right here, which is, well, if this is 3 lanes, 1, 2, 3, this is lane 1.5. So now we need to work out where we put our smelters so that they take inputs from that line. So let's see. I could bring my smelters all the way to the right here. So they would be here. No, I don't want to put them. I don't want to put them on a half meter. Let's keep it so that we actually get our holes in the right places. I think we can put our smelters there. Now our holes end up slightly in the wrong place. Oh, I keep trying to turn on my jetpack from the other game. Stationeers has spoiled me for a jetpack. So we're here. I need to move the holes, this hole by 1 and this hole by 1. So that's good. That leaves us with stuff here. Now, if I move my foundry to the right, this overlaps the blueprint designer, so we cannot put it here. We could, nope, that partially overlaps the blueprint designer. So this literally is the farthest to this edge we can put this. Now, I need some place to stand out here. Just like that. So now we go back here and I can place the hole. Just like that. Like that. Now the splitters will actually clip in. Splitters clip into these guys nicely. So we've got a conveyor splitter. Notice it's just putting it exactly where I want it. Now we're going to end up testing that to make sure it does what we want. But I'm pretty sure that that just came right together like that. Someday we will have a jetpack where we don't need to put in these things. So there's the second one. I believe that is as close as we can put it. So if I try to nudge it closer, it immediately says no. So that is literally as close as we can get it. This is going to be a challenge to get routed. So what if I simply pre-designate, we're going to tear out these guys. What if oh, come on. 0 E What if I say these are where I'm going to take my inputs? We're going to put these guys in line. This means this first one is already, come on. So that's already on the right line because that's nice and straight. So if I had one that had a hole there and a hole there, my existing stuff would work. We're going to end up scooching our stuff over a little bit. This actually goes back to our original layout. Now that I noticed this, I believe you're here. Like that. Yeah. Now, there's two ways I can do this. The first is I can continue to bring these down where they were, and we'll just have a long nose on this lifter. The other way is I can move my steel over by one. I think I'm going to move the steel over by one. Just because I like, like I said, I like symmetry. Pretty sure it's there and there. Hey, I got the hologram in roughly the right place the first time. We're going to scooch it over so that we're super tight. So we're going to need to take the output of all three of these and somehow turn it into three goes to one, goes to it's to 1/5, 20% and 80%. Be so much nicer if we were pushing more of our ingots into one of them. So it would be like 25% or 33%. Because I don't think we have enough space. What if I could move these guys down? I would end up with some space in the corner we could use. Do you want to do that? Yeah, let's put these off in a corner. I'm going to move a lot of these. We're going to be over here. So you're there, and you're there. Now, what does that do to our inputs? Well, this input is going to be here. That's fine. I think I can make the turn into that output. So from here and here, we have our merger here. And we want it outputting that way. Oh, come on. Hit M, sorry, H. Get it lined up with that. And we are going to go I don't normally lay things up by putting the conveyor poles down, but once in a while, it just makes it easier. Now, imagine if we were doing this at altitude. So every time I stepped off the edge, I fell 3 stories. So these guys are now hooked up. So we've got our inputs. We've got our outputs. Need the machine. Is that the right place? I'm kind of surprised that this didn't complain about overlapping the edge, now that I think about it. So with these the way they are, we could actually have made them move these machines 1 to the right, move these holes 2 to the right. I am not sure what that would do to our output, and it would give us a little bit more space here in the middle. But we're going to be bringing all 3 of these together over here and doing our split off 20% splitter there. Do I need that extra space? If I do, I will rework that. Let's get the holes in. I'm going to take 1 more meter off of that. Let's make sure that actually works. Yep. And inputs. Yeah, those guys are hooked up. What are we missing over here? I did power before, so let's get that done. You come in here like that. You connect there. I haven't decided which corner is going to be my my power connection vertically. Oh, I can't put my power in the corner because that actually is outside the blueprint designer. So our vertical connections for these sandwich layers are going to have to be inside, which means that we have to reach inside to make the connections between the floors as we're stacking the building. Unless I can stack the entire building in this one. This building is only going to be 2 floors tall, so it's quite possible that the whole thing stacks inside the cube and I place the whole thing once, but doubtful. I think what I'll do yeah, here's what I'll do. I'll have him like that. And what I'll do is I'll put one up in the corner. We're gonna have to choose a corner where we've got some space to work with up above. What I'm thinking is just to rough this out. So here's the pole on the corner, so we can connect from this pole to the same pole up above. And all this pole does is it has a connection to the floor below, the floor above, and the third connection goes down into the underfloor, into the sandwich layer. So this provides our power into the sandwich layer. So if this is a pole we only use for our vertical stacking, then we're good. I'll just leave that there, because I don't think we left space for the same thing in that corner. We could do it in this corner if we wanted to. So let's get the power for these guys done. You need to be along this line and along, let's put it on the median line here. Oh, and I have no problem at all with having my power lines clip through everything. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. So we've got our input coming in from there. We need to place our mergers and our verticals. I hope I eyeballed that correctly. Make sure all these belts are going the proper direction. So, see, if I needed to make a corner turn there, I would have reversed which order these were in so that I could make the turn with the near one. So all three of these need to come down and merge together and come over here. Hey, maybe that's where I put my outputs. So, outputs come out here. I'm going to do a 3-to-1 merge. Whoops, not you. I'm going to let these two just do a little bit of a sidestep. We are wanting a merger. I'm going to clip, and we're going to set the merger to come out this way, and we are going to put it on you. So that gives all of it coming out there. So I'm going to need so again, we're going to do 1 to 6. And one of those 6 then loops back around to merge with the ones. We need a merger, a splitter, 2 splitters, and one comes around. So let's do a merger. I'm going to send it out that direction. Now, the ingots, all three of them together are going to be sending out 120 steel ingots total. So this is going to require a Mark II belt right there. Now we're going to split it. And this is going to split out two ways. This also requires our Mark II belt. This isn't just going to do 120. This is going to do 120 plus 1/5 of our output because it recycles. Okay? So, yeah. And then we do 2 more splitters. That's going to get us 2 of our outputs. Actually, that's going to get us 3 of our outputs. We could do the final split up above. So half our output comes out here. And half of it comes out here. So to split this guy into thirds, remember, I'm perfectly okay with taking the 4, doing a 1-to-4 split above. I just need to have the 20% coming off of here. And this splits 3 ways. Okay, so I've got this splitting 2 ways, this splitting 3 ways, and one of those 3 ways comes back around into there. So I need to take that output and that output and that output and merge them all together to form my actual output for the setup. No, I don't. I need to bring 2 of them together. So this has 3 shares of the 6. This has 1 share of the 6. These 2 merge together to be an output. And if I put it right along here, yeah, there we go. These only need Mark I belts. This will be 60 coming in here and 30 coming in there once we get all the recycling done. And this means that we need a Mark II belt coming out here. So this is the 80% output. And I thought I'd lined that up. Apparently I didn't. So we are going to scooch things a little bit so that lines up. Don't have to scooch everything. Do have to scooch a little bit. So merger needs to go here. That still works. This splitter has to move. Need to come in from that direction. This one needs to be the Mark II. Okay. So this Mark II essentially carries, let's think of it in terms of 20 shares. So this got 5 on it. This goes in, it's going to be 5 on this one and 1 on that one. So he's Mark I. That comes to 6. This guy carries 3. So this guy carries, oops, no. This guy still carries 6. So he's a Mark II. So we could replace him with a 1 or a 3, but we're not. He's a Mark II. That's correct. He's got 6, which means this guy carries 3. He's a Mark I. That guy carries 3. He's a Mark I. This splits 3 ways. Almost forgot that one. So 1 share here, 1 share here, and 1 share there. Those are all Mark I's. This guy gets, oh, I'm sorry. I need to bring this out, but he doesn't go to there. He goes over here. So we have back by 2. So 20% of our ingots and 80% of our ingots. And we know which one is which because the 80% will be the Mark II. The other thing is when I'm building the blueprint, do I want to blueprint everything, including the eventual floor? I think I do. So let's take this. Now that I haven't tested this yet. I hate to seal up a blueprint finally without ever actually testing it. But to test this, I need to feed it with coal and I need to feed it with iron. Tell you what, I'm going to call this the blueprint to begin with. And if we place it and it works, okay, then I will come back and I'll do the polish on that end. And then I'll come back here and I will fix up the blueprint for reuse. I don't have any signs. Can I unlock signs? Hey. Organization. Display sign unavailable. I need to research with quartz crystals in the MAM before I can get signs. I can't do signs. Okay, so we just have to remember limestone inputs and concrete output. Coal and iron inputs, doesn't matter which one is which. 20% of our ingots and 80% of our ingots, with Mark II belts on the 80%. So the 80% is going to 2 constructors building steel beams. The 20% is going to 1 constructor building steel pipes. It's too bad the inputs to this one are 3 and 1. If it was 2 and 2, now if it's 2 and 2, I'd still have to have a merger on this side. Yeah. It would be doable, but it would be painful, and it's easier just to do it this way. So we'll take him, he will go up, and he will get split on the other side. And we're just going to have to pay the price of a Mark II lifter. Let's save it. I'm going to call this concrete and steel. This is 90 limestone to 30 concrete and 120 coal and 120 iron to 24 and 96 steel ingot. Select iron. This is going to be a smelter icon. We'll just leave the color the way it is. And this is the ingredients that we need in order to stamp down this blueprint. Now, we actually had to spend these ingredients while we were building. When I clear the blueprint designer, it should put them back in a box here. I am inclined to go place this and get it working before we start on the next floor. I don't think we have a whole lot of flexibility in what we're doing. I mean, I could mirror the whole thing, but the way the steel comes out, notice the steel outputs are off on this side. That really suggests to me that I wanted to put it over here. So I am going to use this as is, and we're going to go build. And we're an hour in. So let's see here. Let's clear him so we have materials. Clear blueprint designer. There's concrete and steel. I have saved it. Oh, can I change? Okay, I haven't set any subdirectories yet. Tell you what, I will refrain from reorganizing. We are going to take all and sort. And now we're going to head south, and we're going to place down our, hold on. Hold on. We are going to place our miners. I need to carry 5 Mark 1 miners worth of material. I almost goofed. So 5 Mark 1 miners, and just to make sure we don't lose it, 2 constructors and 3 foundries. Okay. Actually, I could do this. Oh, nice. So 1 instance of the blueprint here, plus 5 miners, plus a whole bunch of Mark 1 belts, and some lifts. And just in case, that's what I carry materials for. This means that I need to pick up some additional iron plate and 5 portable miners before we go. So glad the portable miners stack now. Did I leave any plate up here? I don't think so. Let's just go get some. Yay! Hello, Mr. Plate. So now we head off to the south, and we go place these miners on these nodes that I didn't actually show you on the long distance radar because I'm a Goomba and I forgot you have to actually get down here closer before they show up. So here we are. You are not an authorized Fix-It employee. But your sacrifice has not been in vain. I will do research with your stuff. Ooh, cool. So I was able to go up a little bit further using my parachute. Got him. Okay, so let's see. We need the limestone. And it's impure and normal that way. Are they down there? Okay, here's the impure node. Am I? Come on. There we go. I hear that chiming sound. So there's the other one. Straight ahead of us. There it is. And that's got a so there's two ways I can do this. I should have thought about this before I started doing the thing. I could have brought my limestone together here and done all of my concrete and then transported the concrete instead of transporting the limestone. I am not going to rethink my entire first floor just because, well, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. I mean, I just don't leave those machines there. What is going on up here? Hey, doggo.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry. We hum a simple melody into the effigy, yet we hear no harmony. It covers the temple in bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds. Scripture is needed. Consume.
A familiar pattern is emerging in your brain. Please assess yourself for signs of concussion. If necessary, a replacement pioneer will be dispatched. Work must continue. Replacement delivery schedule estimate. Error, years.
Okay, let's get rid of him. Oh, there it is. So we've got some more splitter remains. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep to the plan. Now, I could turn this into concrete and belt the concrete and just get rid of those two machines and not worry about it. But I think I like the idea of using the thing as laid out. So from here, we want to head kind of, I think I'm going to head around this way. So we're going to point him west, I guess. So first off, can I put him at that height? There's something down there. Oh, there's more. Yeah, this is limestone rock. This is not the limestone node. You have to get rid of these rocks before you can place the miners. There's that. Now we hit 3, and I'm going to head him a lot away, because I don't need those. His power's on this side. which means I'm going to come down here. And we're just going to zoop him off that way. So come out here, we're going to make a turn. Here's the other one. Here's the other one. If I face him this way, bring him from there, bring a belt this way, bring the belt back this way, and put a merger in, say, here. And the merger is going to be facing that way, further south. So we're going to go around and back up to where we're going to be processing this stuff. You come up here, I'm going to bring you to the midpoint, back it off by 2. You're going to come to here. There we go. I like keeping my power on nice grid squares. I'm going to put on the outside here. So this all heads off that direction. I need to take it up this way. I also need to work out how to get the coal up there. I'm thinking that maybe I'll build the building down here, or maybe I could build, maybe I could build it over here. Well, there's a 4x4 area. That would put me, well, really, I want to be a 4x4 over this way, so. So we're going to come in here, and our first 2 inputs are here and here. Sorry, little plant, you're going to be sacrificed. I really hate doing that. So here's our 4x4 area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll actually put the sandwich layer up a little bit. So we're gonna make this guy tall. So the trick is going to be to get the, oh, I know how to get that to happen. Temporarily, just going to do this. Now these floors would be the bottom of the thick sandwich layer. So I should be able to place my blueprint right there. Blueprints, concrete and steel. Missing materials. I thought I brought enough materials for this. Not enough concrete. Oh. So this is the orientation I want, which has the concrete coming up from the front. I need to go back to my base and get more concrete, or I need to tear up some stuff. Guess which one I'm going to do. Now, with the corners not there, this may or may not let me place the blueprint. Oh, that's nice. That lets me place it. We're going to use H for hologram. So I can now look around and say, is that where I want things? I don't think you can nudge the holograms up or down because the 4 arrows are left to right or forward or backward. But I think that's got it.
Building in blueprint mode can further optimize your construction process with snapping and quick dismantling options. Build modes are not just there to make your work easier, they compensate for inevitable human error. Fix-It understands humanity like no other, and humanity needs you to be efficient and productive at all times.
So I'm looking at this, I'm realizing that what I really wanted was to turn it 90 degrees and then have my coal coming in from the right and then my iron coming in from the left, which would change how this is done. So I'm going to go back to the blueprint center and we're going to rework this. So we've got one coming in from this side and one coming in from that side. And I believe we can how do I dismantle an entire blueprint? I remember there was a way. Because that's a big thing. When you're placing big blueprints, you don't and you want to undo it. Blueprint that there's toggle build mode, which changes how it clips in. No, it's not mass dismantle. It's not dismantle filter. Hold on. I'm going to pause while I Google this because I know there was a way. Okay, so apparently it's press R. So I hit F for dismantle. I press R. There we go. Now I can either go back to the blueprint machine or I can rough it out here and get it working and then later go back and and fix it on the other end. So we'd start from this and rotate it so that my iron and coal are on the left. I want to reverse one of the belts on that end. I believe I could do that, which means this guy gets adjusted. And I'm going to replant the lifts. So there's my coal. Oh, there's my coal input. Please let it work. Please let it work. Please let it work. There we go. Coal comes from here and goes up. This splitter needs to come from me needs to align with that. Just like that. This is a little tight working in here because I've already got all this stuff on the right-hand side all set up. So we bring it on this line. So I almost had this pre-planned. Still on this line here. And I got that one right. And now the iron comes in this window. Yay! And there we have it. It's too bad I can't just update the blueprint from here. But again, before I go adjusting the blueprint, I will want to verify that it's working. So I was supposed to rebalance out here and get two lines, wasn't I? Yes, I was. We were supposed to get that line and that line all nice and Mark 1'd up for us. problem is we've got 2 parts to 1 part here. We need to, actually 4 parts to 2 parts. We need to get 3 and 3 going out, which means both of these lines need to get split. And then what they split needs to get pulled back together. Okay. And the easiest way I know of doing that is to do a high-low pair. Here's what I mean by this. We've got a splitter, which I'm going to bring this guy into from this direction. And he is going to send half of it high and half of it low. That's just for spacing. Now on the other side, I'm going to put a merger here. Who's going to get the input from above, and his splitter is there. So you are going to come down from here. And again, I'm going to use a conveyor pole to kind of lay out where I want things to be. The other way of doing this, of course, is to merge it and then split it. So I'm doing all of this to avoid merging and splitting, and the difference is that merge and a split requires a little bit of a Mark II belt. So we're going to merge and then split. Can I undo just, a few minutes? So yeah, let's put a merger in here, which heads to the right. And I'm going to put a splitter in here that heads down range. Like that. Mark II belt. Mark I belt heads this way. Mark I belt. There we go, nice and simple. So what you turn out is going to get merged. What you turn out, that's going to get us 90 per minute. And we're going to split it here, so we're going to get 45 per minute. And if either one of these stalls, the other one can get up to 60 per minute, which is just the way that works. And these are pointed the wrong direction. That's not letting me clip it in the other way. What is going on? That's the output. Ah! Right, right. My inputs are over there. Fnord. Your inputs are in the other castle, the other corner. Well, that's not a bad problem to have. Just glad I noticed it. So you're going to come up there. You're going to come up there. You're going to go to there, which means we go 1, 2. You're going to go through the rock, which I'm going to ignore. You're coming to here. Just like that. This rock does not exist, right? Right. So we now have 30-pennant limestone from here. And 60 per there. Merge it together here. We've got 90 there, 45 on each one of these belts. And the 45 goes up to those constructors, which take their 45 in and 15 out. And they blurt out their output here. For testing, I'm going to bring it down here. Come on. We're going to put a box on it just so I can make sure it's working. Similarly, these guys are outputs. And I'm going to put boxes on them. Let's put this box a little closer. Midpoint there? Midpoint there. So, okay, you can't jump on top of a hologram. Midpoint this way. And midpoint there. So when I put the next floor up on top of this, we'll simply reverse these outputs till they go to the next floor up. And I'm not going to tidy that up until we've seen it work, which means I need to see all of my outputs bringing it out. So iron, 2 Mark I miners on normal nodes producing a total of 120. So this is going to require a Mark II belt. And I didn't use any Mark II belts on the inside, did I? Did I? That was naughty of me. Because we do require Mark II belts on the input and from the input to the second guy. He carries 120, he's going to carry 80. So I'm going to have to remember all of this when I go back to correct the blueprint. If I do go correct the blueprint, I'm beginning to think that this particular floor is going to be a one-off. So I can bring it all over from there in a Mark II belt, or I can do a splitter out here at ground level and use 2 Mark I belts. Let's take a look at what's happening on the other side, see if it makes sense to do it one way or the other. We're looking for not the impure nodes, we're looking for the normal nodes, which are a bit further away. There we are. You are not an authorized fix-it employee. So there's one. I need to start marking things where things are on my map. It's kind of down in here. So we're going to want to take things off eventually to the north. I think I'd take this west and then north. Missing materials. I need more concrete. I need a lot more concrete. I seriously misjudged the amount of concrete that I would need for this build. Let's not jump through the green cloud. We are already at 684 of our versatile frames. We're doing good. So I could, there's 100 of those, whatever problems that I need to set up as well. I haven't even thought about that yet. So there's the other limestone node I was saying I had. That's copper. And there's another unauthorized. Okay, so here's one of my iron nodes. So you go there. There's the other node. I'm going to point it this way, so again, I've got them roughly pointed to each other, so I can put a merger in here. Yeah, we're just going to run the Mark II belts down. Now, instead of, let's bring him over into line properly. That means that you are heading off that way. And there's my building off to the left, so I can just see how close we are to being able to augment our iron supply if we need it. If past experience is anything to go by, that could come in handy in the near future. So I think well, looky-cha. So if I make all of these just a one high, I can make the turn just right here. So we're going to come in on a Mark II here. And we're going to continue our Mark II here. And I'm just going to bring it right all the way over, well, as far as I can. Are we centered? We are centered. So how about to here? How about that? And now I can actually, if I want, there's a sandwich layer right there. Oh, yeah, that run of reinforced iron plate out that direction is painful. We're not going to do that. So, I suspected as much. We're going to run 2 Mark I belts, and we are going to merge it So I need to get a merger in here. Problem is, I believe this merger is not going to like me. I think it's going to... Yeah, this would take up all the way to beyond the outside. So I have to put this to one side or the other. See, is this far enough to the left? Nope, not far enough to the left. There we go. Okay, so that'll work fine. I just need to bring this back. Boom, boom. The holes are, well, there was a hole dead center, and now there's a hole there and there. And we need iron plates. Let's go drop some stuff at the center there that we don't need. I'm just going to drop everything in this one box that I don't want to carry with me. I should drop him in one of the smelters. And I should drop these in the, yeah. Oh, do I want to run power down here? Yeah, I do want to run power down here. Start by bringing the power down to here. And you're going to get a bunch of limestone. And you are going to get a bunch of limestone. So where were we? We were doing that stuff down there. Okay, so I've got a sandwich layer carrying these guys. And that's set up. He is ready to button up. I'll put walls on that after we've seen everything work. Yeah. For some reason, that wasn't looking straight to me. Now, if I hold down the control button, it should, yeah. So if I tried to put it at a different angle over there, it would snap to it with the control button hit. This guy goes away. So we need to be on this line. Too far. Your power comes down here. Your power comes down. This one? Yeah. Okay, so these now are hooked up. Let's get the power going. There's a limit to how far we can stretch the power lines. I want to put it all the way down in the corner. Can't quite go that far. Actually, let's put it here. And I can bring it into the sandwich. So we're doing offset in a little bit because we're doing these things. So I will bring that to there. Okay, so we've got the extended sandwich layer delivering across this area here. We're getting our power and our iron. Haha, and I forgot to do the programming in the blueprint. Now the steel ingots, these are at 88.888, etc. I want to build 40 steel, so our target is 40 per minute. Got it. And these guys, the concrete is at full speed. So there's been a number of things that I forgot to do. So I'm just going to drop the blueprint. It made it convenient to do the design work over there, but I think I had to change too many things to get it to work. We need to bring power in. Bringing power to here, and to here, and up. How's our power look? So we got a 900 megawatt capacity, and we just ticked it up a bit more. I hope we don't run out of capacity, because I don't think I left a whole lot of extra stuff up in the power area to, I don't think I have nodes to build more. Did I tap all of my, I think I tapped all the coal up there. We may need to start decommissioning parts of the factory if this continues. But look at this. We now have these guys, one of which I didn't program. So he's running at 100%. He's running at, well, probably 100%. And I no longer need these because he is tested. That's what I'm going to do, is once I verify an output, I'm going to go ahead and chop it. We have provided power. Let's see if I've got our iron moving yet. Yes, we have iron on the way. So our steel area is not going to produce any steel until I have the coal. So the coal needs to come in here, and that's it over there. So I need to get there. Let's see, the coal node. Yep, that's the coal node. I wonder if I could build another sandwich out there. I kind of like that idea. I probably should build the lower floor first, though. Remember, this is my fat sandwich layer. Let's see if I go all the way out to here. That's too far. see where this gets us. How about that? So I can place my miner on him and just bring the output right up here into the sandwich layer. And there's a yellow power slug over there. And a couple of unauthorized visitors. We haven't yet started using the power slugs. We'll soon. Where's your buddy? Hello, buddy. Okay, he's not on the same level as us. What's that? Caterium ore. Well, let's grab some caterium. I'm going to let this mine. I'm going to go run for some coffee, and I'll be right back. I don't know how much caterium ore I want. Okay, how much did we get so far? 99, 102. That should be enough to do something. But it looks like we need to be able to take care of these broken rocks. I'm thinking explosives. Hello, buddy. Don't you go jumping off that cliff. So I'm kind of headed back toward where the coal is. Oh, a couple more unauthorized. Ooh, and we've got a crash site. Yeah, let's evict these guys first. Oh, I may not have enough inventory slots to loot all of the goodies here. Repairs needed. Needs 15 copper sheets. We'll have to come back with some copper sheets. So we got a question mark there. He's going to need copper sheets. No space for cable or modular frames. Well, we're going to have to come back anyway to get the to give him some copper sheets. that. And that looks like more Caterium. Ooh. I think I need to put some stuff down first. So you need to get a miner on you. Let's see. So I face you that way, and you can go up. Okay, for calibration, I want to get my there. Could do one ladder all the way from there. So the miner is not going to be exactly on 1 meter area. So if I brought it down from there, it probably wouldn't clip into the miner. What I'll do is I'll bring it up and turn it and have it make a bend here. So, if I space him out a little bit further, yeah, start him like there. That means I could really just put a hole in here. So if this can be made to meet up, we're good. Oh! What else can I do with the shape? Could I bring it in on that edge? That works. So what I'm thinking so we do that, and that brings our coal along that line there. And then when this seals up, it looks not too bad. So for power comes down on this side, which I think goes right up on that corner. But we're not going right on the corners, we're going one in from the corners, which would mean there. Yeah, let's do it. So you are going to clip in to the ceiling under that corner. The links I go to make things line up perfectly. Good enough. So I just need to run the power and the belt all the way back. And now I have room for whatever it is I need to pick up over here. Summer's Loop. Okay, anything I need to have here, I'm going to get rid of the ladder once we're done. So I'm going to bring you down the middle. And back down the middle here. I need to work out how I'm going to get rid of the lower layer. That works. I don't want to fall here. Because it is a rather long way down. So we're going to come out to the middle of this guy. Is that one? I don't think I make it all the way here. Perfect. I'll leave that open until I see coal coming back, because I still need to run the power. So we can walk over the belt as long as we hold down control when we do it. Wire is too long. Okay, we're coming in near this corner. Can I just temporarily? Yes, we do have room in here. Okay. So that should have lit up my miner over there. I see that it's got some green light on it. And I see coal. Yay! Now, I made a mistake. I made a serious mistake. This coal's 120 per minute. This coal needs a Mark II belt. And I do not have provision for breaking it into Mark Is. I could split it at this end, run Mark Is, and merge it back at the other end. But at a minimum, that guy needs to be a Mark II. So does he. And so does he. I think I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and run this on Mark IIs. I mean, I could, but at this point, this also needs to be a Mark II belt until after its first splitter. So that's a Mark II. So there's the other one. So Mark II coming in. Should be all Mark II. That's Mark II. And that only needs to be a Mark I. Missing materials. So we have not yet upgraded all of this belt to Mark IIs, and we need more reinforced iron plates. Now, all this time I've been building, our reinforced iron plates should be building up. Let's see how many we've got. We are done with smart plates. Let's turn off the smart plate machine, because he will just gladly fill up his internals. Smart plating, standby, yoink. In fact, I think I'm just going to get rid of him. because whatever we're building next for the space elevator probably don't need smart plates. At least not like this. Yep, that's right. Okay. What else do I get to trim? There we go. Almost as if we never had that machine there to begin with. So we are going to I need to drop some stuff at the other side of the world. For now, let's so we have one stack of rotors in case we need it. I only need one stack of modular frames. I don't need 3. There. Still have a problem that reinforced iron plate is now being produced slowly, but we can't build it fast until I can start increasing my productions. Okay, back to that stuff up there. And the easiest way I think of to get to there is to start from here. There's something over there. So these belts are double speed, but there's a belt that isn't. There it is. This is only running at 60. Oh, right. I upgraded the lift from the top, but it's actually 2 lifts separated by that collar. There we go. So now you can run your 120. And of course, I don't have my ladder anymore. Poot. I wonder if I climb up to the top here, if I can use my parachute to get across the gap. And I should have brought, oh, I need to come back with some copper sheets, don't I? Can I jump that? No problem. Let's go get some copper sheets. Unauthorized workers. Where'd the other guy go? Yeah. Copper sheets are up in the copper area. Didn't make very many of them because I didn't leave the oh, that's right. I did leave a machine running copper sheets. Ha 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 ha. Take all sort. Let's drop some crap here. Let's see. Oh, the Summers loop. Let's run that research.
The remains researched belong to an organism that tends to nest near objects emitting specific types of resonance. Spitters are called as such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration. Research completed. Caterium ingot recipe unlocked. New caterium research available.
Okay, and that gets me quick wire and shop products. Let's go ahead and do that. Why not? Caterium ingots. So caterium ingots takes 3 ore to make each ingot, so we won't be shipping ore around. We'll just make it into ingots there at the miner head. See, do we have enough caterium to continue our research? No, we don't. No, we don't have anywhere near enough. So we're going to drop our caterium ore. Oh, we had some caterium. Let's turn the rest of that into ingots. So caterium goes in there, as does our slug. The hog remains, I'm kind of inconsistent about my hog remains and such. We just did the research, so this stuff can come out and go over here. So I guess there was only that one research with the Summers loop, which we did. We'll require it later for those researches, so we don't want to lose it. Mycelia, nutrients, power slugs. We still need to find a purple power slug. We need to pick up some more quartz. We need to pick up some coal and some sulfur so we can get into explosives. Fine. What else do we want to leave here? Let's leave that. Let's leave the Summers loop. Over here, I'm going to toss in that and that. And now let's go get that hard drive. because that's what's going to be inside that unit we're opening up. Not sure what that big foom is that we occasionally get. So we need to get over there. I think the best way to do that is still to head up here. How we doing here? This guy is not getting any output. Which means my splitter is probably missing something. No, these are both. So it's my connection that's wrong. Okay. Well, that's nice. It means I won't be able to see what my relative production is. I can't check the relative production on these. Well, I really wanted to make sure that the numbers were correct. Tell you what. This does need to be Mark II. So I Mark II both of these guys. So this should be 25%. And this should be, yeah, I think that's set up. Let's just check the quantities. And the way I'm going to do that, we're going to drop everything in here. No, we're not. Store all. And now I'm going to do a store all. Take all. Take all. Take all and store you guys. We'll pick up the steel for later use. So we should see one part there to 4 parts there. Looks roughly right. We'll let them run for a bit. I'll be able to come back and pick up steel here to make other things. Let's take, say, 5 stacks of it so I can make myself some beams and some pipes if I need them. We're going to have it automated pretty quick here. So I think we are all set to finish off that sandwich, which means walling it up. Means walling this guy up because he seems to be working, assuming these come up right. 111, 27, these guys look good. Okay. So let's we are ready to finish this. So I already did the floors. Whoops. There we go. And apparently I forgot that I had removed some of the top. Something is definitely up here. Hey, it's another Summers loop. Cool. And from here, I can, I think, yep. See if I can get a good vantage view from over here. Oh, getting the wall on there is going to be a little tricky. There, just got to go real slow. I think that's got the wall from this side. And we can just do it from here. Again, real slow. Oh, and that's off the end. I'm going to head down to pick up the far side of this. And the top is missing there. Yeah, I'm going to have to climb up there and put the remedial work in from the top. Do-do-do. Hello, Mr. Ladder. Need to clean up stuff behind me. So the lower part of the ladder needs to go. Need that. And that. There. And now we're on top of the sandwich, which is all bordered in by the walls. And we need to sandwich this guy in. There we have it. Sandwich layers all the way out from the first floor there, all the way out to its suppliers. First floor of the new steel area is done. Woohoo! And for reference, this is where the bottom of the extended so we start building the new sandwich layer on top of the foundations that I am setting up now. And I'm going to leave this area entirely open because, again, we are going to use the blueprint planner to plan out what's going to go here. Oh my God, and how long have I left my editor showing on the screen? Oh, good Lord. So miners are done, concrete is done, steel ingots are done. The problem is that my editor in real life is obscuring half of the editor in OBS, so I don't notice that OBS isn't showing the whole thing. So the left bit of my display has been cut off all this time. Anyway, so the next bit, one floor where we're going to have 3 constructors and an assembler. Let's go rough it out on the blueprint machine before we put it in place here. Let's see, we're going to go vertical. And that gives you a nice high vantage point that we can use when it comes time to place the blueprint there. And that ladder will serve to get us up to the level for going in and editing it. This is the underfloor area, so it's going to work up from there. Hey, I can see the other steel factory from here. That'll be much nicer once we get a little more tech, and I can enclose it and put some glass up. As a satisfactory player, my architectural style has gone from concrete slabs to boxes, concrete boxes, to glass boxes. So I'm kind of stuck on the glass boxes stage. So, ooh. I thought I heard somebody up here. So let's go rough out the next stage. The old blueprint is really not very good, but I will start from the old blueprint because it has the correct locations for all of the outputs. And the way you do that, we're starting from a new blueprint, but I am going to build the old blueprint on top of it. Let's get a little higher here. There we go. Hold on, what is partially overlapping? This is a blueprint. It was built inside the blueprint machine. Okay. That's odd. Load blueprint, concrete and steel. So here's an out. I'm going to just mark them. I'm going to start off with a clean one, but it means we've got, this is the output for the concrete. There. So he's got my output from concrete. These are the inputs that I reworked. And these are the outputs. This is the Mark 1 and this is the Mark 2 output for steel. I don't believe it. I actually didn't bring any steel ingots back with me. That'll have to be enough for me to remember. Yeah, I left all my steel ingots over there. I'm going to remember to turn off the editor this time, though. Now you, clear blueprint designer. And we want to build our floor for the top of the, oops, R for Zoop. Okay. So top floor, we've got our inputs coming in over there. So on the far corner, we've got our slower input, which is going to be the steel ingots for the pipe. And then next to it, we have the steel inputs for the beams. So we've got 3 machines that take from this corner. And they are going to feed their outputs, well, the beams. So from these 2 machines, these are going to merge together and do him. And this all can be moved around underneath. So if we got an input coming from there, I think I'm going to put my assembler over on this corner. And we'll snug him up like that. That means that his output comes down there, and I will have to route it to an appropriate place for us to take the industrial beams out of this factory. Probably the midpoint on this wall over here on the left. So maybe here-ish. So he would come out and make a turn and get over to there. And we can actually do that much easier with a splitter or a merger. Your inputs like that. So one of these inputs is concrete, which is going to be coming in right here. And we'll just bring him in and make the turn and bring him over to here. Hey, let's go ahead and run those. Now, concrete, total amount of concrete coming in is 30 per minute. So nothing fancy. Mark 1 belt, bring it in, take it up, and we're done. This guy, can't make that turn that way. I'm going to use a merger to do this turn. So you're lined up with him, and now you're lined up with him. Why is he going the wrong way? Right, merger pointing to the right. Yep, gotta watch the arrows when you're putting this stuff in. I hadn't noticed that little cable coming out like that before. Oh, that's not a wall thing, that's a blueprint machine thing. So there's our output. Here's our input of concrete. And you are making encased industrial beams. And you are doing it at full speed, which means my recipe's wrong. In my recipe, I have 30 per minute concrete and 24 per minute steel beams. This only requires 18 steel beams, requires 36 concrete, which means I need to roll this back to 30 per minute concrete. Oops, target is 5, which means I only need 15 per minute steel. Oh boy. I need to fix the recipe. Hold on, let me turn on the editor again. This is what I have to do when I find an error in my recipes. Encased Industrial Beam takes 3 steel beams and 6 concrete. And, oops. Make sure that the timing is right. It is 10 seconds. Okay, we let Python process this file. And I go to Steel South Quarry. So, this means that my raw numbers are different from what they were before. We still have miners mining iron and coal and the same steel ingot stuff. So it looks like the only thing I did wrong was I messed up on my split. Now this does mean, oh, look at this. This means that my ingots now split 50-50 between the two and is precisely 60 per minute on each one. Let's go fix that in place right now. Oh, I wish I'd realized that recipe was changed. See, I brought the recipes over, and as I was bringing them over, I looked at it and I thought, that's the same. And I didn't realize that it had slightly changed. And the part that changed is the part that gave me the most headache. It's this 1 to 5 thingy over here. So we have all of our ingots coming out here. I should have saved one of the splitters. So you're coming out, I just need to split you 2 ways. So splitter coming from here. I want to put it where I get some nice 90-degree angles. I believe it is there. Yeah. I'm going to bring this out to here, back it up by 2, and send it in. Oh, that simplifies matters tremendously. And we are sealed back up. Now, I wish I could mark out the corners of volume here and turn it into a blueprint, but that kind of would obsolete the whole blueprint machine thing. If I was really a fanatic about this and I was going to be building this over and over again, each one of these steps I did, I would be doing in the blueprint machine, then coming back and stamping it down and debugging it. Okay, so we have fixed our recipe. Yay! And I left the editor up during all that time. I always, did I? Or is it? Yep, that's the editor in OBS. Right, and there's the editor on my main screen. So here's the first 2 floors. I've rolled the quarry goes away. There's the smelting floor. It didn't change. When I reran the Python, it turned out a whole new checklist for me. So now we have 60 steel per minute ingots going to each one of those. And we're good. Let me take this off of the recording now. And we will we will continue building this. So each one of these is going to be half of our steel. So one of them goes into a machine that's going to be making pipe, which is an output. The other one goes into a pair of machines, which are going to be creating stuff for him. So we're going to split here. And I'm going to put the 2 machines over. I'm going to put the 3 machines here, just side by side. Just like that. Which means that we actually have inputs are going to be input, output, input, output. So these 2 are going to get merged together and sent over here. And actually I can either put the merger halfway in between and let this S-curve a little bit, or I can bias it, or I can put the merger here and I can put something down here to accept it slightly off. Yeah, I'll use a splitter or a merger here to make it that straight line. Okay. So you are going to go about there. Did I get it right? Yes, I did. There we go. Steel pipes. And while I'm looking at it, steel ingot, 3 steel ingots to 2 steel pipes. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Just double checking my recipes. And steel beams. 2. This has me with 2 constructors running at half speed. Oh, that's odd. Why would I have... Oh, I bet you it's like 50.001. Well, that's even easier, because that means that doesn't split at all. So this guy does... Hold on. 2 constructors making... Oh, okay, so it did rejigger it. 2 constructors building steel pipe, doing a total of 60 steel per minute each. And then 1 constructor building the steel beam. So I do need 3 constructors. It's just that the split is different from what I thought. So the 1 comes in. So what I'll do is I'll make this first one do my steel beams. So he'll come out here and make the dog leg and come down to around here. Boom to boom. These guys will get merged and they will come out as an output over here. Okay, so let's double check this. Steel beams turns 60 ingots into 15 beams. This guy takes 15 beams and 30 concrete to make encased industrial beams, which are going to come out over here because this kind of is awkward. This guy could actually come out next to it. Yeah. So there's my other output right there. Which means input, input. He comes direct to him. This is on the midline, so we come from here. That's backwards. No, it wasn't. going on here? Why did it look like my belt was going the wrong way? There we go. So 60 per minute comes in, gets turned into 15 per minute, comes in here, makes the bend, gets sent to the assembler. This guy needs to come in here and get split. So what I'm going to do is put a splitter snapped to this guy. I'll let this belt do a sidestep by a meter. Our outputs are going to be very similar. He's already perfectly aligned, so I'm going to face him that way. Snap to here. Let that guy sidestep a meter. Beautiful. And you know what? I have high confidence in this one. So I am going to let this blueprint do the whole thing. So this is the whole of the sandwich compressed. So it's the normal, it's the good size sandwich. That's all sealed up. And I didn't do the power. Okay, so we need to unseal it just enough. So this power needs to be along that line. So we're going to come down here. Like that. These three need to come down. I think I can bring them down right there. Nope, that's the wrong place. That looks good. That's like right next to him. Good enough. So I lost track of which corner my power was on over on the other side. So there's that. I guess after I place it, I'll open it up and go in and connect up the power. Do need to, oh, he's in the wrong place. So is he. Yeah, the whole point was I needed to be on this side. I got them all in the wrong place. Try it again. Okay, and now you need to connect with you. And once I figure out which corner we're coming in on, I will open it up in the final location and run the final power. Double check, steel beams. 2 machines making steel beams. No. This guy needs to make pipes. I'm glad I double checked. It's got 1 machine making 60 ingots into 15 beams and 2 machines making 30 into 20 each. And this guy making the 15 beams and the 30 concrete into Encased Industrial Beams. He is downclocked to 5/6. And we are going to save this as pipe, beam, and EIB. And my icon here is going to be, but I'll use the EIB as the icon. Let's go place it. So those wombs, the extra ones that I'm getting, seem to be location triggers. So our steel inputs are going to be from here. Is that correct? And I guess I made an extra hole over there that's not hooked up to anything. Yeah, that's not hooked up to anything. So these two need to come up from below. And where's my power connection? There it is. So you need to come up to this guy. Right there. Oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong place. I didn't align this properly. Try that again. Poke you at the middle. Pick up my blueprint. Make sure I am rotated roughly correctly. And then we hologram you. I look very carefully at the corner and I say, yes, you're right on where I need you to be. Now I'm going to grab the power and bring you all the way up to where you need to be. And you are the wrong thing. I need to get inside and hook up power in this corner. So power comes to here. And that should power everybody up. I think everybody's got power. Cool. Now run your inputs. Come on. Start with the iron. Or not the iron, the steel ingots. So now you need to get your concrete. And we'll have two outputs there, which I need to take out somewhere. This rock makes these a little bit inconvenient as the output destination. Oh, I know. It's sandwich time. So if I want to do a sandwich here, the easiest way would be to have this actually come up through a controlled hole, like here, so I can have my 3 lanes that. And this guy is going to come out to the middle. This guy's going to come out to here. And this is actually going to set a pattern for me. We've got stuff coming out at the top, and I'm going to be taking it around the building to a more convenient output location. And there. I think my building outputs are going to be here. And I can actually take them on this face, I'm going to take them down. So these guys are going to come make a turn, and they'll be in the inner two lanes. So I'm going to take this one from the middle to there. So it's going to be the two wide. He's going to come from the middle. Here comes the pipes. Oops, meant to hit a B. So this guy's started making encased industrial beams, and they aren't going anywhere because I haven't put in that. Well, when I put that in, he should immediately have started sending things down. So there's something wrong with this setup. That's correct now. Merger heading to the left. Aligned under there. There we go. So I also need to raise these floors by 1 because they are part of a sandwich layer, and we're going to do that all the way around. Geez, these also are going to want to be on holes. Okay, so we're getting a lot more pipes out than we are getting EIBs. That's sensible. Did I leave anything else unsealed? I think this is all sealed up. Now we look at it from below. That correct? Yeah, we got a couple of splitters showing you through over there. Good. Those are my holes for my product coming out. Which I just almost deleted out of Reflex. Okay, I believe that has the bottom set. So yeah, our outputs are actually coming in right next to some of our inputs, which is a little unfortunate. Of course, I could bring them down to a sandwich layer here and make a turn. That was kind of an arbitrary location. We know that we have our outputs coming along that direction. I really need, what I really want to do with that is just get them into boxes. Maybe I'll bring them all the way around and down into boxes, or maybe I should just bring them into boxes over here.
Yeah, he still has it.
Oh, that's right. I had more steel here than I needed to know what to do with. So these outputs are actually coming in from over here. I could bring them down, say, in this location. Bring them down and into boxes. That would work. Maybe bring them down alongside this. Yeah, that's better. So we're going to bring them down alongside this up area here. So I need to get back up there. Hello, Mr. Bean. Need to bring this through lower. I need to put a hole here, a hole here. There we go. So now this guy just comes down here. And these two just need to go into some boxes. Fine.
They give expensive hugs.
Did the third box so I could get rid of this guy. Got to bring him to, oh, I didn't center him. So let's center it on this foundation rather than between two. So center of him backed up by two. Boom, back by two. Pipes. We can now accumulate pipes. And EIBs, we can now accumulate EIBs.
Yes, yes.
And let's take some of our
Doesn't affect other shots.
steel ingots, which we're not going to accumulate, but we'll just have this box here for the future. So according to this, I should be getting 40 steel pipes per minute out and 5 encased industrial beams per minute out. So that 5 EIBs is all I can do based on the amount of limestone I've got. So at some point we will double our limestone production, and I've got one more of these. I could bring that limestone into play as well. But if we could double our limestone production, we can get our EIBs going. But if we're going to do that, we're probably going to double a bunch of other things too. At the moment, I am content to just say, let's let the factory churn to get enough encased industrial beams to do the next expansion. what do we need to do for the next expansion? The miner Mark IIs take 10 each. And if we had to go to conveyors, those take steel beams. We have, the other factory has been creating those. You probably got a full box of those ready to go. But yeah, the miner 2 is the thing I'm looking at mainly. We also have some things to unlock, and we have another part that we need to automate for the next objective. So 40 EIBs will get us some better miners. So, and again, I left my editor up and running. But that's okay, because I was about to bring it up here. What if I doubled my concrete production in this same factory? Now that it's running, what would I have to refit? So instead of Mark 1, and let's use both of the available impure nodes on the limestone. So this means I'd be getting 80 per minute concrete instead of 30. That's nice. Smelting, we would smelt the same stuff. Now the difference is we would now have 3 assemblers making EIBs at 75%. 3 constructors making steel beams, and no ingots left for steel pipes. Let's do it again, but without grabbing the other node. 2 running at 83 1/3. 3 constructors at 2/3 each. This is 2 constructors running at 100%. I don't know why my rounding is doing that to me. And no steel left for steel pipes. So, yeah, if we do that, that gets us if we took everything towards EIBs, we can get it up to 10. Makes sense. If we just double our incoming stuff, that would mean that this entire building is just for encased industrial beams. There'd be no steel pipes there. Delete those and run this again. Raw numbers now look like this. I almost forgot. I put this up in the quarry area. So we need 4 constructors making concrete. So we need to increase our concrete from 2 to 4. And actually, let's take a look. So we have mining and smelting and working the smelted stuff. So our second floor would have concrete, 4 machines making concrete, and the 3 machines making steel ingots. So we'd have no pipes, but we'd have twice as many EIBs. I think I am going to not make that change. So if we start doubling things up, I will double things up honestly in other ways. Maybe I'll double everything. It would be a rework of the building, that's definite. Now, when I tear this down, you can remove the blueprint. It will not remove things you've added to it. So if you edit things, the results of your edits would remain behind if you get rid of it. But still, removing the blueprint gets rid of the bulk. And this should be good enough for us to get going. And probably if we're going to be tearing down factories, we'll start with Outpost 1 and the iron nodes across from it and rework that. We'll go up to the first steel area and double that up. The problem is that when we have a pure coal node, like we have up here, we do need a Mark III belt. Now we do have the materials to make them, we just don't have the materials to waste on a lot of them. But again, this means leaving the factory running for a while to be able to gather it and build from this kind of a layout. These guys aren't flowing. These guys should never be stopping. Why am I seeing those belts slow down? These 2 belts should not be slowing. Oh, that's right. These belts are only running at 45. Right. Right. So they won't be flowing freely because they are not actually running at max rate. Okay, that's good. So let's take a look at this building from a distance. It might even be behind stuff from me, I don't know. Well, it's behind stuff from me, so I can't take a look at it from here. Up there, maybe? I just realized I can turn off my I can turn off my versatile frames machine at this point. But next time we're up there. So somewhere around here, there's another one of those. Either a Summers loop or one of the thingies. So from here, I can look across and I can see the new factory. So we go into photo mode, I can zoom in. Yeah, it's still looking like a slab. And I know I picked up that Summers loop, guys. Come on, be better. It shouldn't be showing me a Summers loop I've already harvested. So I think I did. Was my inventory full? Let's go check. Yes, I still see it there. My inventory must have been full when I tried to harvest that one. So until I actually get everything put together so I can put the architectural features around the buildings, I guess everything's going to end up still looking like my older style slabs. Yeah, I am dead sure that I picked up the Summers loop that was up here. Come on. Yeah, see, I picked up the Summers loop that's up here. I wonder if it respawns, because they still got this coil thingy. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know what we all use the Summers loop for, but if they respawn, that gives me some clue that they're used in something that we would want to deploy in the factory. Now, power shards used to be, there was a limit. If things are respawning, maybe we can get power slugs to respawn too. But you had to think about which buildings you wanted to put power shards in, because there was a strictly limited number of them. Now, it was a huge number, but obtaining them was non-trivial, and you always seemed to want more than you had. Anywho, that's got that. Let's head back. Because I need to figure out what that last part is for the space elevator and think about how we're going to get there from here. And I need to also understand, see, these guys, I can, this factory up here that's making these, depending on what we need for phase 3, well, phase 3, I'll probably do a whole new factory for that. But I think we could take that factory up there, tear it down, and build it from scratch as a steel foundry that builds just the pipes and the beams. And we can clear this. Take all, sort. And let's take this stuff down. So the next part that I need to make Oh, it won't be in here because I can't make it in here. Automated wiring. So let's see, automated wiring requires stators and coils. Let's turn on the editor and let's rough this out. That's going to be a little big. Let me make it a little smaller so it fits on the screen. There we go. So let's see. Automated wiring raw plan. So we're going to start off with automated wiring, and I'm going to say, let's put a couple columns in here. I'm going to do count 1. That says, please place one building, which I'm going to saturate with automated wiring. So it needs cable and stator. So let's do a stator next. Fill cable stator 100%. Stator requires steel pipe and wire. So we're going to do cable and wire. Okay, and he also requires steel pipe. So if I do that much, our net imports now are copper ingots and steel ingots. So if we start out with coal, copper ore, and iron ore, we want to have one machine making automated wiring at max rate. Then we need a normal copper ore node, a fraction of a coal node, and a fraction of an iron ore node. So this is a copper heavy build. We need to import coal and iron ore. Well, actually, let's think about importing the steel. Elevator. So I mark that at elevator, and I'm going to mark this at steel. That allows me to set up two separate little areas. So at the elevator, we have this thing, which is going to import copper ore and steel pipe. Can I just mine copper? It's going to be marked .2 impure. I don't really know what I have available. We'll just go with that for the first rough. So this would require 250%. I need to do something about my rounding. So a Mark II miner, I've been playing for 4 hours, it says. Oops, didn't show it in time. Whoops, come on. There. I will work out my rounding at some point. So this would require imports of steel pipe from somewhere, a modest amount of steel pipe from somewhere. We can do that. We'll just assume that we're importing the steel pipe. And you know what? This is a 4-hour recording. I am going to cut it off here, and we are going to come back later on when I have finished planning out what I'm going to do. I will see you in the next one.